Morning. Oh. Holy shit, Joshua. I missed a banger with Thar. Is that the one? Oh my gosh. I'm early? Oh, about that. It's 9:25. SMCI? Oh. The hell happened here? They got caught. Wasn't Hindenburg short this?
DWAC, best swing trade of the year by far.
Accountant quit the firm. Jag, let's go. 29 months. DWAC. Huh? It doesn't exist anymore. I post and testimonials on a second. That's what I love to hear. That's what I love to hear. Oh yeah, DWAC was the spec for it. What the hell? All right, I'm gonna take my 5-minute break here. Be back for the open. All right, a few things to watch today. Reddit, Snap, maybe chips. I don't know how Intel doesn't go down after AMD's stuff, but you never know. Reddit at 110, 109. Yeah, that one. All right, nice work, Pat. I didn't call anything out in Discord. Maybe someone else did. Holy Reddit! Look at that. 113. Me trying to go high today. Watch the 2350 break. Oh. Don't double top 90. Don't double top 90. Or 95, I mean. Ah, that's horseshit. Okay, glue. Coming up some daily cock levels here. How is 68? Snap, cuck and go. Watch the 1195. Now it's gonna go. I'm not in it. Eleven, 12, 10. There you go. Watch GME now. Why am Jimmy high day.
Money today, brother.
Zinni, let's go, buddy. Thank you so much. Jimmy is juicing. You're breaking some horizontals now. This 2370. It's a big level. Okay, 35 wide. What am I supposed to do with that? Reddit, 1 minute. So the three I like so far: Jimmy, Snap, and Reddit. All right, I gotta go potty. I'm out of the glue play. Didn't hold up. All right. Get back to it. $15.30 31 break on Thar. Previous levels I had on this thing. GB high a day. Snap, little cuck and go W here. Turn the snap here. Needs to break the 27. There's the break. 29.30. 32. High day would be awesome, but oh. Yeah, could do it. 3 up. Okay. There it goes. There it goes. Oh, it stays out? Yeah. Do it now. NVIDIA. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see if that gets reclaimed today. How many times have I voted? Well, me personally, one time. But all my dead relatives, I made sure they voted too. What about you, Soils? Sixth? Nice. Trippy. Thar broke that 30. What? I was able to get filled on that? Okay. Check on the Trump NFT. I want my dinner with Donnie. Oh yeah, that was the sell for that, right? Snap really tight 1 minute here. And I just went, missed it. I was 37. Futures floor if you're unsure. What? No, this is not. This is not realized at all. Or this isn't even real. Not realized, but this isn't real. The cost basis is 175 and it's still at 175. It shows it like that because the bid and the ask are zero right now. Okay, let's see what this thing can do. Oh, 351. 500%. You guys are dumb. Hymns with a drop. $37.43 implied. These large caps never gap, man. They always either gap down or open flat. Like always. I don't think I've ever seen one open higher. Ever. Like even GameStop, whenever it's halted up, it never gaps. Illegal. Well, I'm safe then. Oh, or 228. So 30 seconds here on SMCI. Pumpkin spice chest. Will we drop down to 37 and then try again? Hope not. Here we go. 5 seconds. Break even. Oh my gosh! No, that's funny. Rip 9K. Yeah, they got me on that. That's an understatement. Oh, look at that. Joshua J. Fox stepping it up for Chicka Bow Wow. So instead of making fat stacks, I sold it when it was at 38. I thought I did anyway. Instead of making fat stacks, I lost $100. Jeez. Snap W. This is 40. I couldn't take shares in time. Cheese. It was halting. That's why I went with the options. I thought I had a higher chance of getting filled, and I did. Okay, going on 1 second. There's your 1 minute on SMCI. It's going to do anything. At 39. Over 40, you should juice it a little bit. Not ready yet. Oh. A rattling. That's these bottle caps. It's my like little fledged toy. Yum yum muff. Oh, it hit it perfectly, didn't it? There goes snap. Fun daily W. Of course, you know why? Because I sold it. It's got to get all the way to 12.17 for that W. Reddit has a 5-minute W if it gets back up to like the 40-cent range. AMD making like a bit of a double top here at 152. Mega How to Man. Reddit. Yeah, I've been watching that one. I like the W that could form on the 5. Snap is juicing. HCT. Daily Cock. always check a Bow Wow and DMing people for breast milk. I have no what. Small business. God. Okay. Oh my gosh. My chat has to be the weirdest chat in all of Twitch. All of it. I mean, where else can someone get banned for a week for DMing people for breast milk? SMCI holding the 90 MA on the 5. Pretty good. It's weird as all of that made perfect sense that she said. I know. That tells you right there it was ChatGPT and not Cheese. See, Cheese has to use ChatGPT to translate himself to us normal plebs when he really wants us to hear something. Watch this AMD here. So, this is short share restricted? What? This 151 level is pretty big. Down 9% at short share restricted, huh? Far down. So what I like about the short here on AMD is the big cock that it had cucked pretty darn hard, or came back down pretty hard. Let's see another one, but not as big, and then maybe then we go. And yeah, otherwise it's kind of making a range. But if this fails, we'll be able to tell in the next cuck. If this holds up on the 1 minute, we'll be able to tell in the next cuck. Only thing I don't want now is a 5 minute cock. Which it probably does, blows out those guys, and then goes down. We'll see. Is there margin on this? Okay, there is. All right. Still buyers there. That bid and the ask get together. It's still the buyers. Bid and ask get together. Still the buyers getting in there. SMCI. Not looking so hot. It's too strong. Come on. Break it and hold. Well, we gotta get to 151.10 right now. We can't even break the 90 MA and hold it on the 1 minute. Reddit 5 minute looking hot. Well, all right. What, 10:30? Yeah, 9 minutes. Okay. Do it. Hey, 5-minute cock. Over at 151 now. Oh, here's a press. One more time. Do it one more time. Probably breaks it and bounces hard, doesn't it? Tick. Okay. Cock and drop. I'd be down for that. Dude, why is this level so impossible? Jeez. Do it. It's a cock and drop. It has the ability. Do the drop part. Oh my gosh, you can't break it. Oh, there it is. Freaking finally. And watch it bounce right back through. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I was going to bounce. Told you. Told you. All right. Back to something more fun. Reddit. Looking good. Looking good. What is this? 89. Options spots. It's short share restricted. It's easier to get in and out with options. I have reasons. I have reasons. The play was fine. I'm not pissed about the exit. I'm pissed about the price action. Got what I was looking for, and all I did was bring it right back. Knew that was going to happen. Could feel it in my bones. Can't restrict you. Snap again. Got some levels. It's 39. Oh my gosh, jeez. Snap, what a move. What? Vanta, let's go, bud. Gifting out a sub, my man. Hopefully you're killing it this morning. Great fills. Hopefully the
You smell that? What is that?
hopefully oil doesn't
What? What's that smell? The cologne.
dick me here in about 10 seconds or so.
Opportunity.
Pass, gifting it out as well. Let's go, boys.
No money. Okay.
45 tap. Not really doing it. Needs to get over 45. Let's get over this 45 level. There's the 45. Okay. Okay, it did it. Okay. 89 would be amazing. I don't know if you're going to do that. Okay, 89. Broke it. Bro, okay, there's that one. Great exit there. We're going to 1275. Got a diagonal here. See what we do with it. And upper Bollinger Band. So this is probably pretty... Okay. Oh, right back underneath. Okay. 75. Okay, 113. Okay. I gotta take some off. This is ridiculous. We broke all these levels. 40 as well. $50. All that's left is high day. 114. All right. Out the rest. Hot damn! I wish I could take more shares on this. I can't believe this stock doesn't have margin. On E-turd. I couldn't size. I tried to size. It was margin restricted. I tried to take 1,000 shares. Wouldn't let me. Yeah. Turd screwing me over. Damn you, AMD. There was a cock and drop again. This is the real one here. Damn it. I don't even know what that means, cavitate. How much am I down this morning? I don't even know. Up? Huh? Okay. Okay. Well, accidental green. That'll, I'll take that. Did you get any steals thrifting? I haven't been in a long time. I've got so much shit, and I haven't been able to. I mean, I've only been home for what, week and a half or so. So I haven't been able to sell any of the stuff that I've had. I haven't gotten the strength to muster up to start doing that anymore, or doing it again, I should say. So, and yeah, 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 the whole natural, yes. They're calling it a geological event now, huh? It's not a, it's no longer a natural disaster. It's a geological event. So if you go into the thrift store now, it's like completely flooded because what has happened is the area was flooded with food, water, and clothes, like to the point. I mean, just think about it. All of America is dumping all its resources into a few cities. Okay. Yeah, they're going to fill that hole real quick and then some. So, as far as food, water, and clothing goes, that's like the things that everybody brings in. Water.
$SMCI to $10 smiley face.
So much water. Anyway. Whoop-dee, let's go, 53. SMCI to 10. So, anyway, all the places got filled up on clothes, and clothes is kind of hard to sort. It takes a lot of time. You have to sort it out, place it in piles for people to go through. So what ends up happening to is places get kind of, they don't have the manpower to do the clothes. They'll just take all the clothes and take it to Goodwill. They'll have some sort of clothing option there for people to take, but they'll have more clothes than they need or can go through. So it just goes to Goodwill. So you go to Goodwill now, you can't even like open up the clothes racks. There's so much, there's so many clothes in them. Yeah. No video games. No. I don't ever see video games at Goodwill, and if I do, Goodwill marks them all up like they're gold. Temu to face probe. What he said. I still think there's value out there, and you can make money flipping, but those might. Let's go, bud. 20 months. Cheese, do you listen to what I said? I literally just said that. open an eBay store. They have one. Twisted. They have shopgoodwill.com. It's their version of their. They put anything of worth, of what they think is worth, on there. Yeah. I actually used it for sourcing quite a bit last year. Not so much this year because I have so much shit already. But yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, jeez, for crying out loud. Wait. Is this real? Oh boy.
When I wake up, I can't even stay up. I slept through the day. Oh, I'm not getting younger. But when I'm older, I'll be so much stronger. I'll stay up for longer. Meet me at a spot. Caught a vibe. Baby, are you coming for the ride? I just wanna look into your eyes. I just wanna stay for the night. Take a drive. Maybe we can hit the 405. Hypnotized by
I actually thought she would do it better, but she can't. Who was I kidding? You know what's the saddest thing in the world? Every time I look at Kelly Clarkson, didn't she have some sort of song talking about how her husband was the dad that her dad never was? Something like that. And then she got a divorce. That gets to me like every time I think about it. What was the song? What was the song called? Does anyone know it? Kelly Clarkson. Yeah. Piece by piece, right? Let's listen to Diddy. Hang on. I gotta find. We're gonna listen to this song. J capital short D nut. You short D nut. All right, I don't really care about that one. D's nuts. All right, listen to the. Okay, we're gonna watch this. We're watching this. All I remember is your back walking towards the airport, leaving us all in your past. I traveled 1,500 miles to see you, begged you to want me, but you didn't want to. Gosh, talking about her dad. And then she goes into the chorus about But piece by piece, he collected me up off the ground where you abandoned things. Piece by piece, he filled the holes that you burned in me. Oh my gosh. At 6 years, what a terrible experience. And then we're going to listen to the song.
Company is headed towards bankruptcy. The NUT share selling off.
Crying out loud. Shit is far. Holy shit. And then she divorced that dude. I mean, how do you go from that to divorce? I just don't get it, man. And now, 20 years from now, her daughter, I think she had a daughter, right? Gonna write the same song about some other dude. Gonna walk out on her. She. What's up, Zach? Him getting divorced doesn't mean he'll ditch the daughter. Maybe. True. But the song isn't about him being a dad. As well, it is to some extent, but staying. He picked up her pieces. Holy shit, anyway. That's your emo moment for the day. I don't know about you, but I feel better. Yep. Yeah. Dina, I'm not sure on that one. Reddit, geez. 11638. Mira? SMCI. Welfare. Jeez. Let me tell you something. I'm going to mute Discord. This is going to be gross. So half of you are like half turned on right now. I've been my back, once a year I complain about how sore I am. And it's probably from sitting like this for freaking 12 hours a day. And my back is just jacked, like just sore. Right. So I'm like, well, maybe I should take some magnesium last night. And I took the liquid form of it. Let me tell you something. I hate magnesium. I hate it. It makes me shit like instantly. And ever since, it's like I gotta take a massive dump. I got that feeling, It's just like, and then I'm thinking to myself, well, I've probably exercised the demons now, got it all out of my system, so now I can just have the health benefits of that extra magnesium. But now I'm too scared to take it anymore. This happens every single time because I'm like, I don't want that feeling again, where it's just like, it's coming, it's just working its way through your system. Oh, Market, I understand I'm muted in Discord. That's by design. It wasn't magnesium, that kind. I know that's a laxative. And magnesium will clean you out as well. But it has other benefits than just cleaning you out. first meal. Can't wait for the. I didn't know you were freaking fasting. When did you fast? How long did you go for? Sunday? You going 4 days? Wait, 1, 2, 3, Wednesday. That's like 3. Dude, cheese, I'm telling you, go 4. Go 4. If you don't feel like you're hungry and you're not like sluggish, go 4. I'm telling you right now, I don't know. I've had shoulder issues that I need surgery on this shoulder for years, over 10 plus, maybe 15. I've had to get this one fixed, and I haven't. This one I got fixed. This one I have not, because this is my dominant arm, and it's like a minimum 6-month recovery to get you like to 80%, and then it's like 5 years to go from 80% to 100%. The first time this shoulder has felt good is after I did a 4-day fast. I didn't know why. I thought it was just maybe quinky dinky. Like, man, that's weird. My shoulder kind of feels pretty good. Come to find out, if you do a 4-day fast, on that 4th day, your body gets flooded with stem cells. If you didn't like it, then, good, whatever. But I'm saying if you don't have to eat. I only did 4 because I was like not hungry. I was like completely fine. But on day 4, it's flooded with stem cells. And my shoulder has never felt, it's not healed. But like I used to be able to like throw a baseball once and it would like, okay. Number 2, I can't do that. It hurts too bad. But after that 4-day fast, it was nuts. It's like, as far as pain goes and all that, maybe 50% better. Now, am I going to go out there? I have not tested it throwing the baseball for an hour. But anyway, I was supercharged at the field last night. Felt great. I don't even know what you're talking about. All you fatties out there, it works. Fasting boosts stem cell regenerative capacity. Fasting boosts stem cell regenerative capacity. Drug treatment that mimics fasting can also provide the same benefits, study finds. So, telling you, that's my experience. What's the monkeypox plays? Is it VRAX and what? UK for something. GOVX, thank you. Why didn't that go? Damn it. All right. VRAX is monkeypox, right? I'm not just hitting that to hit it, right? I can't remember. It is, okay. APDN. Sega. That's another one. VRAX. GOVX. Sega. Those are the three, right? AP in London. APDN. BVNR. What? Variant. Jeez. Got the daily cock on VRX now. That hasn't hit normal Benzinga or Trade Exchange yet. EBS has monkeypox. This one's juicing. Reticon. Yeah, that 90 man on the 5 has been perfect. Sega failed its trial. Ah. GOVX still at the highs. Of course, the one I'm in is the one that's pulling back. Everything else Even the one that failed its trial, curling. Jeez. All right, just get me out. Decent trade. I don't see it hitting the other news sources yet, so. Any Bitcoin thoughts today? So this is good. We're getting a pullback. Let me pull up Bitcoin in a second. Everybody wanted, all-time highs. That would have been bad. Ideally, you break out after consolidation under the levels. So if we would have gone, this yellow line's all-time highs. If we would have gone from here to here and broken it, it would have probably been a resistance point. We would have cracked it and then come back down, and then all the retail would have gotten flushed out and pissed off. If we hold this 9 EMA right underneath, this red line, right underneath, and then go for it, you have a higher probability. Well, this is the 4-hour, which is what I typically use. We could even pull back down to 70, this diagonal here with the daily 9 EMA, or even 21 by the time it gets up here. Any amount of consolidation between here and here is good. Is good. What's up, Abby Lee? I saw Cutie fly through the board. I was like, I must look. I saw you streaming last night. So anyway, any consolidation in this range would be very good. So this is all fine to me. Very similar to here, right? So if we had this diagonal that we were looking at right here, we kind of consolidated underneath it before we broke through it. That's what you want to see. As far as 4-hour goes, 4 hours looking like it's trying to get ready for a run. Gives warning the market is thin to the guy who literally plays 50K candle pharma shitcoin stocks. Doing good, Abby. My thesis on Bitcoin still stands, though. If Bitcoin's going to move, it's going to wait for the presidential election to be over. I think both parties are pro-crypto. Certainly one has been putting more work in the area than the other. But I would imagine whoever wins, the Bitcoin probably just wants it to be over with, as well as the market in general. So yeah, I have such an ASMR voice, I've just been making a killing on it. Why are you waiting on Bitcoin? What are you making a killing on, Sugar? Bitcoin leads the rest of the market. That's why. Wrote in exchange for press. Nice. Or I had just crossed over at some sort of turn. I curled up it. Move almost to 132. Do I have access to move? No. No. So my ETH to buy Bitcoin. I will tell you this though: if Trump wins, I will be going very long Dogecoin for the Musk play. So my ETH by Bitix. Did you just brazenly gloss over my message? Sure, it cost me a whole lot. What did you do? Oh, who did you say you were voting for again? I didn't say. I didn't say who I was voting for. Jeez. Besides Soils. I voted for Soils. Because he told me he'd make me a billionaire if I voted for him. And he got in office. So I was like, bet. All right, Discord's unmuted. I was just looking at it, cheese. All right, where are we on the day? 6:58. Good day. All right, body break one more time. Thank you, Magnesium. Be right back. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Some phone calls to make. Monica. Monica's jealous. Haven't seen her in a while since, you know, Grandma's Peaches showed up into the picture. Hot stocks. Yeah. Anything happen? Not really. Walk, shut your freaking face. Shut your freaking face. Oh boy. Show this video. I think you'll like. I run down memory lane a couple months ago. For crying out loud. This man has issues. I can't watch anymore. It's freaking disgusting. DJT plummeting. We get a 40 put. What does that cost? Does look like it's gonna go break 40. Hunter, if you find a girl that's into that, I don't know if you should turn her in so they can study her for science. This Thar is interesting. I don't know. It's on the 200. I'm out of that. What about DJT cheese? Can't short it, otherwise I would. Why they don't halt it? It's not moving down fast enough to halt. That's a move. You're right around that 618. I bet you 40 might be the pivot. Thrar, 5-minute cuck and go. Can we not have a 10-cent spread here? Jeez. Oh my gosh, that fell. Oh, jeez. Will I ever buy a dog? No. I don't want to keep up with the dog. There's your 40 break, DJT. Now you filled the gap. Any buyers here? How far past this is it going to fly? I'm a goldfish guy. To short? No. You kidding me? Not a chance in hell. I just tried. Bar rate 17%. Yeah, ever since Morgan Stanley took over E-Trade, the shorts have been absolutely disgraceful. Ooh, okay, I do want to watch this. We got a video to watch today, boys. Here's the real reason Treasury yields are rising.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the compound. I am here for my regular check-in with two of my favorite people in the markets. Nick Colas and Jessica Rabe are here. They are the co-founders of DataTrek Research and the authors of DataTrek's Morning Briefing newsletter, which goes out daily to over 1,000 institutional and retail clients.
If I
They're
try to
also
one share,
two of the
no.
smartest people I know. Nick and Jessica
I'll do one share,
have
but
their
it
own
doesn't
YouTube
matter.
channel, which you
It
can
shows no
find
shares
a
available.
link to in the description below.
Let's do
Nick,
42
Jessica,
bucks.
good to see you.
Short.
How's everything?
Your sell in
Yeah.
short order cannot be processed. We are
Oh,
unable to
doing-
borrow the
doing o-
shares
doing
at this
okay.
time.
Somehow, it's pretty much November, and I'm not quite sure
200
how that happened, but here
million,
we
200
are.
million shares outstanding. And I can't get one share
What?
from
You're like, oh,
Morgan Stanley.
what are you
Thank
gonna
you,
do
Morgan
about it?
Stanley. You guys are awesome.
Nothing.
I'm not going to do anything about it. Today, we're going to try to use data to solve the biggest question on everyone's mind, I think, other than who's going to win the election. The Federal Reserve basically just declared victory over inflation and cut interest rates by 50 basis points. Why on earth did the yield on the 10-year Treasury respond to that by rising 50 basis points? So
Do
I
they pay
wanted
you to
just
loan them
kinda
if you
lay
own
out
them? I've never been in
four
that
scenarios
situation.
here, and then I want
to
you
where
guys to
they'd
weigh in on
ask.
what you think is going on. Number one, it's a head fake.
Hey,
Meaning
Ticker
this rise in the
SMCI with
10-year
a press
yield we've
release is
seen
correcting and
will
replacing
develop
Super
as quickly
Micro
as it came.
conference call and
And I'm not
webcast
sure
for
if
first
that's
quarter
good or bad.
fiscal
Number
2025
two,
business update.
the bond vigilantes are out talking about deficits and the national debt. Paul Tudor Jones was on TV last week talking about it. And there's like real concern for the first time that we've really gotten too far out over our skis. Number three, it's just an unwind. A lot of money was betting on a recession. A lot of money came into bonds. Now that it looks like recession is off the table, they're selling those bonds, and that's where you get the 10-year rising. Or number four, it's a brand new market bet on higher growth, stickier inflation for 2025. So I want to get to kind of some of these scenarios and what you guys think is happening.
Yes, well, first of all, I think it's entirely fair that people are questioning if the Fed just made a policy mistake because, quite frankly, the Powell Fed has made a few pretty bad errors over the years. Of course, overestimating the neutral rate of interest in 2018, which led to a short bear market in Q4, to then also saying that inflation was transitory in 2021. In both cases, the Fed had to pivot hard and quickly to address those errors. In this case, we think the backup in yields really comes down to data that continues to show that the U.S. economy and labor market are stronger than expected. So I have three quick charts just to lay this out. The first being initial claims. If you could just please put that up. Thank you. So this shows U.S. initial jobless claims for unemployment insurance readings since the start of 2022. And we pay close attention to initial claims because they give a real-time look into the strength of the U.S. jobs market. The latest initial claims for the week ending October 19th came in at 227,000 on a seasonally adjusted
There's
basis.
no limit, cheese,
That's
if we're
just
buying it
3%
ourselves,
higher than
right?
the longer run average of just under 220,000 since the start of 2022, which we marked with that dotted red line you can see on there. it's also 5% below the 4-week average of just under 239%. Now, continuing claims did rise.
239,000.
Correct, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Continuing claims did rise to just shy of 1.9 million on a seasonally adjusted basis, and that's back to levels last seen in November 2021. But they were also above 1.9 million in late 2017 and early 2018 at the end of the last economic expansion. So overall, we think that
What if Cheese is right, though? Let's go down that super scary scenario. Say Cheese's scenario is correct. And the reason why interest rates are going up is because the buyers need an incentive to buy. Everybody and their brother has been holding on by a shoestring and bubblegum budget, anticipating rates to come down, inflation to be conquered, and maybe some price stability. And dare I say, a little deflation. What if everybody's about to get hit in the nuts? That, by the way, rates are about to go up again. Or I should say bonds are going to go up again because we need people to buy them. No battles. You want to hold on in that scenario. Well, yeah, you can cut all you want. It's not going to stop this, though.
all the jobless claims data does show that we still have a decent U.S. jobs market. And we also have another chart that shows now a non-traditional real-time labor market indicator with U.S. Google Trends search volumes for ask for a raise over the last 20 years. And just 3 quick points here. You can see U.S. Google searches for ask.
This is funny. Jessica, how long have you been tracking this?
A while, and it's freaky how much it lines up with the data. So U.S. Google searches for ask for a raise peaked in June 2022, shortly after average hourly earnings hit a post-pandemic high of 5.9% in March 2022. But then as U.S. workers have lost confidence in their ability to demand higher pay since, as shown by declining searches towards the right of the chart, average hourly earnings have also fallen steadily, now at 4% as of September. But search interest for in ask for a raise is still 17% higher this year than in 2019. Again, at the top of the last economic cycle. So as a result,
About to
earnings
halt up
growth
here.
still exceeds the 2019 average of 3.3%. So the upshot here is that wage growth remains sticky
BGC,
because US
BGC
workers
group popping
still
to the
feel
high.
they have decent bargaining power with a still
$9.68, Bravo
growing
Golf
US
Charlie.
economy. And then our third chart
Well,
on
just
the
to pause there,
yeah.
we're taking that as
Hey,
a
Fran,
positive.
chart looks fine.
Even though
Yeah,
it's
it
somewhat
shows-
stickier in terms
So
of
far, looks great.
inflation, it's a positive on the economy.
It's good for corporate profits, definitely. It's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And then that's a good segue into on the economy. We have a chart of the Atlanta Fed's GDP now model, and this is for Q3. And this is
until
what we
you
really
said
think
that,
is a
it didn't
crux
really click for
of
me.
why yields have risen over the last few weeks. The model was forecasting 2.8
But I can see
to 2.9%
some
growth
stuff breaking for
Q3
sure.
in mid-September
If that's
when
the
the
case.
FOMC cut rates by 50 bips. But its prediction has trended higher since as the models incorporated new data in real time. So this past Friday, it forecasted 3.3% growth, which was the last revision before the release of the advanced Q3 GDP report tomorrow. And if that number comes true, it would be the highest reading this year after growth of 1.6% in Q1 and 3.3% in Q2, and it would even be higher than Q4 2023's 3.2%. So our bottom line here is that the U.S. economy seems to have had a decent Q3 and solid momentum heading into Q4 and 2025. So we think it's the strong economy that's pushing yields higher.
So Jessica, it sounds like you're in the C and or D camp. It's an unwind of recession bets combined with maybe a new market bet on even higher growth, even though that higher growth will come along with higher prices. And I suppose that's the optimistic case. Even if you hate inflation, you probably hate a national debt crisis a little bit more.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you've even seen Fed funds futures adjust expectations, coming more in line with the FOMC's last projections to now just a 25 basis point cut in November, again in December, and then just 2 25 basis point cuts in the first half of next year.
Okay, Nick, you look like you want to weigh in on this.
I do. We've got a chart of 10-year yields going back a long, long way, back to 1962. And I just turned 60, so I was born in 64. And I was just thinking about that and thinking about yields, and I pulled up this data, and I think it's worth a strong look because 4.2% yields right now were exactly the same in October of 1964. So
Right.
60 plus years ago. Debt to GDP was 41%. And I've broken down the rates into their components, which is inflation expectations and real rates. And you can see inflation expectations or inflation back then was 1.7%. That makes real rates 2.5 to get to your
Look at that
4.2.
debt to GDP.
And, real GDP or debt to GDP was quite low, 41%. You go forward to 20 years ago, October of 2004, and rates were 4.6%. Inflation was a little bit higher than back in the 60s. Real rates were a little bit lower. Debt to GDP was higher, 61%. And now we're back
I don't
in
know
the
much
same
about the
place,
company,
4.2%
Supersized
yields, right
Blockbuster.
in line basically
I'll just
with
tell you what the
60 and
chart
20
looks
years
like.
ago. So no change there. Inflation's running about average between the two.
I don't get
Real
too much
rates
into
are a
the
little bit
fundamentals.
lower, and debt to GDP is double what it was in October of 2004. So looked at over the long term, it's hard to argue that the market has incorporated any of the increase in federal debt, any of the increase in deficits, because even though we're running twice the debt to GDP, we're still running the same nominal rate. And it's anchored on inflation and real rates, which historically are very much in line with what we see today. So there's, by this measure at least, literally nothing to the argument the deficit has anything to do with yields, period.
It's so nice to hear you say that definitively, even though the message of this chart is somewhere out there, there is a limit and we don't know when we'll hit it. But if we were 41% debt to GDP in the 60s, 61% 20 years ago, which they all said was too high. Now we're 120%. Maybe the limit's 140%. Maybe it's 180%. But you guys are arguing it's not here. And the evidence of that is look at inflation, look at real rates. We're pretty much in the same place on both throughout this entire, 60, 70 year period of time. That's the upshot.
That's the upshot, and that's just very clearly what the data says. And I think you make the right point. We don't know where the number is, and we don't know how steep the S curve is once we start to hit it. But to say that we're near it and the market's responding to it is just flat out wrong. That's not the way it's working.
One of the other big memes making its way around the
Sounds like a
markets right
challenge,
now
cheese.
is we've never had a year where both gold and the S&P 500 were up 25% simultaneously. Is that the number?
Yeah,
And
it's like 25, 30. Gold's more than 30.
gold is up 33% year to date. Silver's in the middle of a huge rally. You point out 36% year to date.
Silver's
back at
crazy.
its
If you haven't looked at a
2011
silver
highs.
chart, you
Gold
need
is well
to.
through the 2011 highs. And Bitcoin's hanging in there toward the upper end of the range. What is the message there then? If we're not
Jimmy
getting
was rising for a couple
deficit,
reasons. Vin Diesel,
concern,
Jimmy's had a breakout go on the daily chart. That's what started this. And then yesterday, Roy Kitty put out one of the forums said that he sold all his Chewy stock and didn't touch GME. So GME popped when that came out. You can see it after hours today or yesterday. This is when it was shown that he sold Chewy. So GME popped. Wasn't here. I think it was here. So it's just a follow through. That's all it is. Where did my Bollinger Bands on the daily go, E-turd? Thank you so much. Jeez. Anyway.
Necessarily from the bond market, and that's more an economic growth story. Is the debt concern happening in gold, silver, Bitcoin?
Don't think so. What's
NEX.
happening with
Okay.
gold, which
T.
is dragging silver up in its wake, silver is like a high beta version of gold. It's gold plus some economic cyclicality because of 50% of gold, or more than 50% of
Hud.
silver usage is industrial, where just like 5% of gold is. Gold's a whole bunch of other things. But the issue with gold is that non-US central banks are buying a ton of gold, literally tons of gold. So before the 2020, gold production annually is like 4,400 tons, and central banks outside the U.S. would take about 10% of it and buy it for their reserves. Now the number's north of 20%. So they've upped their gold purchases by roughly double in terms of percentage of supply annually.
Looks like your
And the reason
NEXT
they're
sure
doing
seen
that
a
is
spike in
gold is a
activity.
better
Next
reserve
Decade Corp,
asset in
November
some ways
Echo,
than treasuries,
X-Ray
because it's a
Tango.
more common reserve
It's an
asset for
interesting
non-US
break
central
here.
banks.
It's
Because
40,
unlike
50
treasuries,
level.
once gold is inside a country's vaults, it can't be confiscated, it can't be sanctioned. And after what happened with Russia and the US dollar, I think a lot of central banks are saying we need to diversify our holdings of reserves.
Rust stop
and
money.
one of
Let's
those
go.
diversification
Jeez, this
tools
is a long post.
Yo, it's Stock Jock. Click clack on the keys. Trading penny stocks. Trying to stack G's.
Got a
Living
bad
in
fill
the
there.
basement. Mom's upstairs. But I'm Wall Street rich. Nah, nobody cares. Charts on my screen. Red Bull on deck. Options so risky. Man, what the heck? Dreams of a Lambo parked in the lot. But my Wi-Fi's weak, so trades might flop. Mom's yellin', boy, take out the trash. I'm yellin' back. I just doubled my cash. Stock jock grind. No suit, no tie.
It's
Just
double
me,
bottom here.
Some sweatpants, and hopes sky high.
Thank you for that.
is gold. So they're
Do
buying
you know
a
if
lot more
Ranky
gold than they
answered
used to,
where he
and you're
got
seeing
his-
it in the
It's an
price. So I
OpenAI
don't see
news
it
day
as a
scoop from
sign of
Axios.
deficit
OpenAI's
worries per
for-profit
se.
plan has been
I see it
questioned
as
by
a sign
Delaware
of the
Attorney
dollar
General.
being not quite as much of a safe haven in a dicey geopolitical world.
Sure. If the EU and the United States decide that an action
Telling
taken
what
by
I'm
a
bringing.
sovereign country flies in the face of international law, and they want to make them pay, and they want to do sanctions, or they want to freeze numbers on a screen, fine. Can't do that with gold bullion.
Nope. It's not a CUSIP based asset. It is a physical asset, and once it's there, you got it, and it's yours. And there's real value to that. And it's not just China. China's a big buyer, obviously, but
Careful,
it's
you're on
India,
the
it's Central
90
Asian
man on the
Republic,
5 minute
it's
here. So this is a
Poland.
resistance spot.
So
Even if
it's
you
a
break
lot
this
of
41, it could come right
non-aligned
back
or
down.
relatively non-aligned countries that just want to have some flexibility in their reserve assets.
Yeah, I've had this heuristic where I've said gold is not really a bet on faster inflation, although it can be. What it really is a bet on continued
break.
political instability.
Didn't go.
Or a
Watch
hedge,
out.
maybe a better way to phrase it is a hedge.
Did it really
against
break, or did
political
someone just get
instability
filled
between
over it?
countries. And I think it's not a coincidence that the last big peak in gold was 2011, where we had the debt ceiling debate here in the United States. We had the European
All right,
financial
coming back
crisis
down.
simultaneously.
Ubisoft reported
and,
their earnings.
You know, this one seems to be
first half
occurring
revenue
with
of
the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the backdrop,
671.9 million
increasing
euros
hostility
versus
from
the
Iran, questions about our
$648.8 million
relationship with China,
estimate.
the re-rise of Trump. So like that gold price rally seems to make sense more in that context than in the idea of like a reignition of CPI, for example. And
Yeah, that
it sounds
feels
like
right.
you guys agree with me.
Yeah,
Okay.
gold's a global asset, and global demand drives it. And if you find incremental global demand, and in 2011, it was also the Chinese middle class buying gold because their stimulus was so much more effective than ours post-financial crisis that you ended up with a strong gold price, and you're getting the same thing now.
I want to go back to Paul Tudor Jones. Last week, he appeared on CNBC, and he doesn't do that all the time. It's usually concurrent with something he's doing for the Robin Hood Foundation, where they raise a lot of money for underfed New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's an amazing cause. But he probably expressed more concern last week than he has in prior years making this appearance.
What
And
is?
his
Jeez.
message was, we're finally at this moment where the federal debt
This might
matters.
gap up. Or,
And the fact
hold
that
up
those
here, boys.
comments occurred while we could all look at our screen and see that 10-year yield rising, I think really scared a lot of people. It seems to have somewhat subsided in the last couple of days, but I've been waiting all week to get your take on PTJ's comments and whether or not they exacerbated the rally in bond yields.
Yes, I mean, they certainly did. People listened to him, and rightly so. He's brilliant. And obviously, it made us think about this issue, talk about this issue a lot, and kind of this is where this 60-year chart data, the genesis of that came from, thinking about this over the long term. I guess what's missing for me from his argument, which I get at a numerical level, is what's the catalyst? Every trade needs a catalyst.
Jeez.
So what exactly is going to happen? Is it a failed auction? And more from a big picture standpoint, if the money is not going to go to the U.S., if it's not going to go to treasuries, where does it go? Do you really want to invest in euro-based bonds? Not really. I mean, the euro is not as solid as the U.S. as far as an economic entity. You're going to Chinese bonds? No. Japan? No.
That's a U.S. bet.
Japan. What's the alternative? So I was really hoping he'd list out the catalyst, but it seems more like he's looking for some invisible hand of the market to push us up the S curve on this crisis. And okay, I just didn't hear the answer as to what's the catalyst.
I don't know.
What if we can't think of what the catalyst is?
Is that play on
But
GME?
we've basically piled up all this kindling,
Completely different base.
and
It's
when
not
it
me.
arrives, it almost won't matter. Or is that too abstract to worry about right now?
No, it's the right mental framework, right? It's the same sort of concept as the S curve. I mean, I think what he's trying to say is that the relationship between crisis and debt level is not linear. You're not going to slowly work your way into it. It's going to hit a point where you go up the S curve really fast on crisis.
Don't tell me
while the
I
incremental debt is not
reversed
very large.
this move.
And the point of that 60-plus year chart was to say, we've been doing this for a long, long time, and there's nothing to say that rates at this point have any relationship to the deficit. So I guess the question becomes, why now?
Guys, I want to do the betting odds on the 2024 presidential election. So people are going to hear this Monday and Tuesday on video and audio. We're still a few days out from the election. Normally, the S&P 500 would right now be as volatile as it gets. If you look at a composite of the election run-up, we really just didn't have that pre-election volatility.
42.50 big level.
The big question on a lot of people's mind is, are we going to have that after the election this time? Or maybe we had it in August and, we kind of got through it. And I guess we'll all find out the answer together. But what are we saying here with the data that you guys have?
I think we got a table of the betting odds. This is from a couple of days ago, and all this is a summary of all the different offshore betting markets for this event. And you can basically bet on this. It's a little bit harder to bet on an
This
election in the
far
U.S.
is still
but
interesting
outside
to
the
me.
U.S., it's very
Really
easy.
tight
And the bottom line is
range.
the
15-minute
odds
chart
towards
could give
shade
you a
towards
cock.
Trump by call it 60
I know.
to
It's very interesting.
whatever it is, low 30s, high 30s, low 40s. So it shades in his favor. But you don't really get definitive numbers from a betting market until you get to 70%. So in practical terms, this is still very close to a
Note
toss-up.
that Airbus is
I
reporting.
wanted to ask you if you think, well, first, this is the first
Shares of Boeing
election
seeing an increase of
where
activity.
I think as many people are part of these bets
What's up
on
with
whether
the
or not,
C-Max?
who's going to win.
Big pop out of nowhere.
I think for the first time, Robinhood just announced a product that's going to go live in the next couple of days, where they're going to allow their users to buy a contract on either Trump or Harris. So this is now a much bigger phenomenon than it had been in prior years among Americans.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
It is, and one thing that I've not really seen discussed, but I wanted to bring up, here is
Notes on ticker
every
exact
bank
science
that's
is
on Kelly Market, which
EXAS,
is one of
Echo
the
X-ray
more
Alpha,
liquid
Sandy
ones.
notes a
It's a lot
possible
of money.
negative
It's like $2
catalyst.
billion
New York Post is
plus
reporting a
millions
$3
trading
coffee
volume
filter
on
device
these
could detect
contracts.
colorectal
And
cancer
there's a
in under an
big
hour.
whale in France
The
who has put
ADSY,
30 to
Airbus
$40
reporting
million
revenue
to
of
work betting on Trump.
15.69 billion euros.
And I can tell you from having worked for Steve Cohen, traders don't just guess on stuff. They don't just throw stuff to the wind. There's a point to the trade. And I can't help but wonder
That's for
if
Q3.
jacking up Trump's odds was in a way to manipulate or influence other markets, like the peso, for example,
It's
which
a
is
big
very
break here.
dependent on a Trump versus Harris victory.
Shares of
And I'm just
Caramax,
wondering
CMAX
if this
halted on
is
a
all
circuit
part of
breaker.
a larger trade where you push up the odds for
Charlie
one
Michael Alpha
candidate
X-ray.
that has a clear impact on capital markets and then trade those other markets to make your money. and you don't much care if you can't unwind the whole Trump trade before the election, or maybe you don't, you just let it ride, but you're making a lot of money in the assets that are affected by this new market for predictions in US elections.
Well, this is binary though. So if you have this trade on, and I don't know what the trigger is to declare this definitive, is it a certain amount of states have to have their ballots in, or like how do we even know who wins this?
Oh, there's rules behind every contract, and they vary a little
Yeah.
bit, but it might actually just go to the certification in January. But the
Okay.
point of the fact that this is new, as you said, this is a new concept. This is a new way of thinking about who's going to win the election. We used to just use polls, and polls kind of didn't work all that well in the last 10 years, and so the betting markets have become part of this conversation. But the issue is that the betting
What do you say?
markets now just use polls, and polls kind of didn't work all that well in the last 10 years, and so the betting markets have become part of this conversation. But the issue is that the betting markets now have influence on capital markets, and so to some degree, if you push around the odds in an illiquid market and create a better situation for another trade in another market, that is a way to make money.
Jessica, if you had to guess,
Arbitrage, gambling
would you say that the
arbitrage.
betting markets will
Gotta love it.
become more accurate than the surveys and the polls? Maybe not in this cycle, but ultimately, as this becomes just a more common thing for people to do?
I think so because people are putting their
I think
actual
so.
money on the line.
More so, I
Right.
think so, because more people are willing to place an anonymous bet than they are to answer a pollster calling them. I think just from the sheer numbers of users, it'll become more accurate. Like how many? Here, let's do a poll in chat. This will be interesting. Did you get pollstered? They called.
Airbus said expects to
up.
deliver about 770 commercial aircraft in
They
2024.
called. I answered.
Shares of Boeing near the highs now,
No.
156.91, Boeing up 2.5%. That's
They
Bravo
didn't
Alpha.
Call. I don't know. This will be
Shares
an
of
interesting poll.
Airbus E-ADSY.
This is
popping
for
here on
pollsters.
that,
If you've been
report,
called this season, this cycle,
40 now the high.
and you hung up, there's an answer for that. If you talked to a pollster and answered, there's another answer for that. They didn't call you, or you don't know. This will be interesting to see how everybody did.
As opposed to their opinion, which might even not
Yeah.
poll?
might not even be their real opinion, depending
Exactly.
on
Running
who's
political
asking the
polls
question.
for the election cycle.
Mhm.
Okay. Unless, to Nick's point, people are not actually expressing a view on the outcome, but hedging against the possibility. And they have some other bet that they care more about placed somewhere else. And,
I mean,
and I guess we'll never know.
Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
ultimately, the number
Yeah.
we're looking for in the last election, the prediction markets had 63% in favor of Biden. So that's the sort of number that we can look for to see who will win. Trump is very close to
Airbus
that.
back says
Okay.
2024
I
view.
want to move on, and you guys have so much great stuff. So I want to ask
So
you
the betting
guys
markets got the
about
2020 election.
why.
I didn't know.
3-year
Poly market was
S&P and
around then.
NASDAQ rolling returns. Jessica, I know you've been doing some
Mhm.
work on this during the course of the week.
Text
Yeah,
messages
so we're
don't
hearing a
count
lot of
because that's not a
concerns
poll.
that
That's
U.S.
advertisements.
equities are overextended here. Now
CMAX,
that this
CareMax,
will have been the
shares
second
resume.
straight
What is
year
going on
that
with this
both the
CareMax thing?
Nasdaq and the S&P will have rallied. So to see if that's true or if both indices can continue to rally for a third straight
$1.95
year in
now at the high
2025,
CMAX.
we looked at the 3-year rolling price returns for both indices over the last 50 years. So I thought we'd just first start with the S&P 500. So this shows the 3-year rolling price returns for the S&P over the last 5 decades, and just three points here. The
Trader
first is that
circulating
the S&P
a
usually
newsletter
generates
by
good returns over
PLL.
3-year periods and rarely goes negative. So the average 36 months month price return from 1974 to now is 29%. You can see that highlighted by the solid green line in the chart. And that's an
Right.
8.9% annual compounded return. And even more impressively,
Damn.
the S&P's 3-year win rate, or the percent of days with gains over this period, is 82%.
Shares of PLL,
And
Piedmont Lithium getting a pop here.
it's a huge win rate. And then my second point is that negative 3-year holding period returns really only happen when there's an exogenous economic or geopolitical shock. And you can see them all in the chart with the dates highlighted in red. So you had the 1974 to 76
What was this one?
from the oil crisis recession, sporadically through 79 to 82 with the 79 energy crisis and following recession, 1990 with the Iraq invasion of Kuwait, early 2000s with the dot-com bubble bursting, the
housing
recession,
market.
9/11 terror attacks, Gulf War II, 2008 to 2010 with the financial crisis, the Great Recession, briefly in 2011 from the Greek debt crisis, and briefly in March 2020 from the pandemic crisis. That sounds like a lot, but the important takeaway there is there needs to be a catalyst. And as far as being worried about if the market's overextended, we've said this in the past on these What Did We Learn episodes. A double is a bubble. If the S&P gains 100% or more in a 3-year period, which in that chart is marked by the dotted green line, history says investors should be extremely cautious. This has happened 4 times since 74, which we highlighted it. They're highlighted in the green dates in the chart.
We're
They
nowhere
were
near it.
Yeah, we're nowhere near it. And those were followed by major contractions. And the only time the market was able to keep rallying after doubling in 3 years was in the 2010s because it had started from such a low level after the 2008 financial crisis. And I think that's kind of what's missing from the current market narrative is that we're 2022 was a very bad year that we're still crawling out of. So I just have one more point on this chart. The last one is that through Friday's close, the S&P is up 28% over the last 3 years. That's super close to the long run average of 29%. So if all you knew about the index was its 3-year return as of today, you would probably assume that the last 36 months have been pretty routine. They've of course not been, but it looks normal. Yeah, anything
Yeah.
but like overall the upshot here is nothing in this analysis, like you said earlier, shows that we're close to a bubble in US large caps. If anything, it all looks pretty normal actually.
This is such an important topic and such a great way to explain it to people because I think there's this assumption that black has to follow red, down has to follow up. And
Trader
a lot of
circulating
times when
a
bulls and bears are arguing,
article from the New York
if you
Post, the
just
$3
lengthen
coffee
the time
filter
horizon.
device.
So
Could
people are
detect
looking at 2
colorectal
years, and
cancer in under an
last week,
hour.
I think, or the week before, was the 2-year anniversary of the bottom of the market. And so it's like, well, you're not going to have another 2 years like you just had, as though they were completely extraordinary. Your point is, well, think about it in
Watching
3-year
shares of
terms.
Exact
We've just seen
Sciences.
an average 3-year return. Nothing.
How
more,
does
nothing
that
less.
happen?
By the way,
There's
it
1,000
took a lot of
shares I sold, not
volatility to get here. And I
100,000.
think that's a really important message for
EXAS.
people who are trying to wrap their head around staying long, maybe putting more money into the market.
It's
at these
like,
levels.
oh,
We did not just come off this incredible
they're
3-year
they're
period.
trying to get out.
28%.
Dump it.
The average is 29. No big
And
deal.
it's even more stark if you look at the NASDAQ, if you want to just throw up
Holy
that real
shit!
quick. Just 2 quick points here. The first is that the NASDAQ's rallied by an average of 41% over any 3-year period on a price basis over the last
100,000
5
shares went
decades.
through as soon as I hit this. Someone clip that. I want to watch that in real time. What a load of shit. St. Cheese for Aladdin. Seriously. Good God.
You can see that with the solid green line in the chart. That's a 12.1 annual compounded return. And
Yeah.
just like the S&P, the NASDAQ is rarely down over 3-year periods. Its win rate's even higher than the S&P. It's 84%
They do it all
over
day
the
long.
last
I know, man. It's
50
disgusting,
years.
isn't it?
And my second point here is just that the NASDAQ's up 23% over the last 3 years. That's well below the long run average of 41%. And that's because large cap tech was particularly hurt by 2022's rate shock. So the Nasdaq's actually been playing some catch up, having been underperforming its long run average return over the last 3 years. So the two key points I want people to take away from these two
What
charts
is
is that
going on
the
here?
S&P and Nasdaq do tend to
Am I
generate
in or not?
positive double-digit returns over 3-year periods, as
Holy
long as we
jeez.
don't get a
Thank you.
geopolitical or economic shock. And the S&P and Nasdaq's 3-year rolling returns have plenty of room
What is with this
to
chart?
run
Oh
before
my
looking
gosh, he
overextended,
turned!
as long as the economy and
It just
corporate
decided to
profits keep growing.
freeze!
Nick, I bet if you asked even your clients, institutional clients, if they think the last 3 years was a below average NASDAQ return, none of them would say yes.
Where's the chart at?
Most would-
I'm going to
most
use
would
TradingView.
assume,
I can't even.
myself
I can't even
included,
right now. It's
that
at
we've just
99.
been through an above average 3-year period.
Yeah, recency bias on parade.
100%. Okay,
That's
guys, I
why-
want to
that's
ask
why-
you about. Oh, please.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that's why we love 3-year returns, because it smooths
Sell,
out
sell. I
seasonality
hit the sell button
and
twice.
volatility.
Yes.
What is going
I want to ask
on?
you about short, medium, and long term issues. It looks like we have a VIX chart in here. What do you want to tell us here?
Yes, let's throw that up. I'll throw up that VIX chart.
Where
This is
are
what
my
we showed clients
shares?
last week in terms of thinking about potential volatility from the election. Because
Okay.
as much as we feel things are pretty well baked in and we're not going to see a lot of volatility, could be wrong. And so, what's the playbook? And the playbook's pretty straightforward. The long run average on the VIX is 20,
Mother-
19.5. We call it 20. 1 and 2 standard
my
deviations is 27 and 35. This is a chart of the VIX back to October 2020. And if you go back and look at it, if you buy the S&P when the VIX gets to 35, that second line, the 2 standard deviation, you're up 6.5% on average over the
No
next month with
positions.
a 100% win rate. So if you're looking for a volatility level where you can definitely step in and buy the market, 35 is the one to look at. 27 has been useful as well because we don't always get to those very elevated levels of volatility. But those are the two levels where
Gotta
if
restart
over the
and
next
retrade
couple of
Pro.
weeks something really untoward happens, market gets volatile,
And
the
by
VIX
pro, I mean
spikes,
ass.
27 and 35 are the levels to look at. And it's just a simple rule book. We've used variations of this rule
Thank
book
you for
since
the
the
clip.
pandemic crisis. They work
Final
great,
trades
but
on
this is an awesome
CNBC,
signal of near-term market fear.
DELL, Dell,
I think that's a really
LDOS,
helpful
EFE,
way to
Pfizer,
think about it.
extraordinary.
My
DD,
guess,
Your
trade
point
desk.
is,
I
we'll
don't know
think
that
of-
we'll see
Final
another big
trades on
spike akin
CNBC.
to what we saw in August, September of this year, related to the Japanese carry trade unwind thing. But like, would I be shocked to see a VIX at 30? No, because I understand how much technology
I
is
can't use a
involved in
new one. They
market
don't even have
trading
it. Like,
and how quickly every
it
algorithm can
had.
move to the
I
same side of the
haven't
boat,
loaded it up
especially
in
if
2
they're in
months
risk preservation
because
mode.
it was so not
capital
even
preservation
close
mode.
to.
So I really appreciate
US
that.
usable yet.
Guys, I want to tell
H5N1
people where they
bird
can
flu and
watch
swine for the
the
first time.
Nick and Jessica show on
That
YouTube.
in an
You
Oregon
guys are
backyard farm.
youtube.com/@Nick Colas and Jessica Rabe. And that is the Data Trek channel. How are things going on the Data Trek channel these days?
It's awesome. We love it.
You having fun?
Do another video this week about the single most important lesson I learned in business school.
Oh, okay. I'm all in for that for sure. And for those of you who are interested in learning more about how you can subscribe, go to
Check it out.
datatrekresearch.com for all things Nick and Jessica. Guys, thank you so much
USDA
for
said
joining
there
us
is no concern
once again.
about
We
the
love to
safety
have
of the
you.
nation's
And
pork
for everyone
supply
listening,
as a result of finding on HPI detections, HPAI detections in an Oregon backyard farm. Shares of Hormel, HRL, trading just off the lows now, down 10 cents. Hotel Romeo Lima.
I had it on L. I thought that was a dead one. I use J. I just can't even. I can't even. Backup platform. I don't have any others. Hot plays. This isn't options. That's it. That's all I got. I don't need this screen anymore though. Let's just close this out. This is more data. It's pretty empty. Even though Shade smells better than my prehistoric Java GWS from I don't know about that. Let me see if I can even get Power E-Trade Desktop to open up. Before, it's like it wouldn't open up and you had to re-download the exe. I think that's what's happening right now. It's not opening up. Jeez, quality. Oh, wait, maybe it is opening. No? Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to see that clip. That horse shit in real time. Let's look at this piece of garbage. Oops.
Completely extraordinary. Your point is, well, think about it in
Watching
three-year
shares of
terms.
exact
We've just seen an
sciences.
average 3-year return. Nothing.
How?
Point is, well, think about it in
Watching
three-year
shares of
terms.
exact.
Look at that.
Your point is, well, think about it in
Watch-
Look at that.
three-year
shares of
terms.
exact science.
Ain't no way I got filled at 428. I don't think that's right.
We've just seen an average 3-year return. Nothing.
How
more,
does Where'd my platform go? Oh, there it is. Jeez. All right. I'm going to attempt to log on to E-Trade Pro or Power E-Trade Desktop. Stupid names. Might kick me off of this one. We'll see. Time his house. Yeah. Okay. 2FA. That worked. That's didn't happen last time. Gun gnome. Okay. We got some updates here. Okay, they listened. New customizable view. Just real quick little peek at the middle. It's not the middle monitor. What the hell? Oh, my shit's jacked up. What if I click that? Nope. Okay, I fixed it. Okay. This is new. This is what I put in as one of my thingamajigs. Before was like everything was independent. There was no background. I hope this makes it right. Tools are contained in an application frame for cohesive window management. That is what I wanted. Okay. Let's just see. I'm going to click save and make sure. Okay. They listened. Forget about the fact that everything that I saved earlier is now gone. Oh my gosh. Oh. Maybe not. It's loading up. Yep, all gone. Sweet. Okay. Let's just. All right, this is E-Trade, Power E-Trade, whatever the hell it's called. Desktop ass shit storm, whatever. They need to change this. I don't need an inch thick bar here. Put this up here. Like, needs to change badly. I had this whole layout the exact same as my current layout, and yeah, they dicked me, but whatever. It doesn't look terrible. They need to get rid of the inch freaking headers to save space. TOS hard to stand? What's hard to understand about this? It's literally, I mean, for the most part. I'll get it looking right. Look. Look at this. L2. What happened to that? What happened to this? Is what I'm talking about. This stuff drives me insane. I literally clicked high-low ticker. Everything disappeared. And now it's back. Okay. So we're in the pits of alpha, whatever it's called. Alpha still. We're not even in beta. I spent like an hour making this look exactly like my current layout. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Home screen. Hey, it's back. Okay. Oh, geez. So it's got a few bugs. Just a few bugs. And it won't close out properly. And it says, "Are you sure you want to quit your session?" I click quit. Frozen. Please just try DOS for like a week until send it up in literally 20 minutes. DOS, I understand I can set it up. It takes some freaking time. But, yeah. You never switching? Listen. If DOS was... What was my big gripe on DOS? There was one I had. I can't remember. It's been a while since I opened it up. I'm still waiting to see Fidelity's new trading platform. I think it was the L2. I think so too, Ciru. There was something about it. The color I got figured out. I had to use slightly different colors, but I think I got figured out. You can filter the L2. Oh, yeah, because it wouldn't let me just have the 100 lots. Is that what it was? It was showing everything. I get it. Oh, and the other thing I really hated is if you wanted to save a change you made, like if you make a change, you can't just there's no apply button. You push save, it closes the window you're working on, and then if, say there was another change you wanted to make in there, you have to load everything back up, go clicking in, the 7 steps you took to get to where you were. Yeah, that was really annoying. Snap. Maybe here. Some price compression.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from MSFT, Microsoft, META, Meta Platforms, SBUX, Starbucks, AMGN, Amgen, BKNG, Booking Holdings, MET, MetLife, ALL, Allstate, PRU, Prudential Financial, CVNA, Carvana, EBAY, eBay, DASH, DoorDash, reporting out to the close. USB, US Bank Corp, organizational changes at the bank, planned leadership structural changes for payments business. CFO John Stearns report directly to CEO Andy Cecere.
It's going to do it.
Geo, Golf Oscar getting a downgrade at Telsey.
The notes in bird flu news being circulated. USDA to begin nationwide bird flu testing in raw milk.
Raw milk? I don't know a bird flu test plays.
Watching bird flu related issues on that news being circulated.
What? How? Oh, it's just in it. Yeah, time to cut this ass.
Geo Grocery Outlet getting a downgrade to Market Perform from downgrade to Market Perform from Outperform at Telsey.
Bird flu jumped to cows. Oh gosh, that's just what we need is inflation on beef. I'm already paying 50% more this year for my half cow than I normally pay. $50. I don't actually know Battles. I know the guy that does it, so it doesn't really charge me like a normal person would. But he told me what it would be this year as of when he bought his cows this year, and he had to pay 50% more. Look at this bullshit. Trying to convince the in-laws to split a half with me. It's totally worth it. If you can go through it, you know, it's totally worth it.
Ticker AEMD Alpha Echo Michael Delta. Sure, seeing a spike in activity, new highs, and that coming from circulations from Reuters. USDA to begin nationwide bird flu testing and raw milk.
Stopped. Grow my own cow. Bob would tournament. 100%. 100%. Bob would find a way. I think Bob's back at his house. I wasn't the new benefit for Philly. It's not good yet. Hopefully they listen to my feedback. Is it bad? Gosh, it's so easy to make a platform. Gosh. Get him a chain for his chainsaw? Heck no. I don't even know if he has his chainsaw back yet. I could care less. Marty's always around. You just click your heels 3 times together and Marty shows up. Just all in. Did you see that? Oh, SJ's in it. Yeah, we gotta cuck him now. Look at this bullshit. Don't lend power tools to SJ. Yeah, I don't like what I'm saying. All right, I'm done with it. Done with that one. MAXN starting to look decent. Something like that. We only got 2 points on the top side, but a nice support level on the bottom. You think December will be a good month for stocks regardless of food? Probably. I think November will be a good month. I don't know about December. Too bad so much catching up the big boys got to do, you know what I mean? Which probably isn't a lot. This is quite the year. But we'll see. We'll see. Go Lightning and Bucks. Heck yeah. We got Colorado. Hey, Shred, you've been awfully quiet tonight. We got Lightning versus Colorado today. Oh, we got a breakdown of our lines here. Power Trade Pro won't close properly. Oh, jeez. Task. There we go. This, no. I'm calling it here. I've given back half my gains. It's 1:30. It's time for me to shut it down. I'll be back around 3 o'clock in Discord. Yesterday I did the same thing. Was up $1,000, $1,200. Lost 75% of it. Came back at 3. Made half of that back. So, we'll see. I got to go fix my tailgate on my truck anyway. I broke the handle and I finally got the replacement part in. So I got to go fix that shit. We're going to raid Stocky. Say hey to him. We'll be back at it tomorrow, keeping the green streak alive. Keeping it alive. We're 8 days straight green. That's good after being out for 3 weeks. So you guys are awesome. Thanks for all the new subs, the gifted subs, the bits. I hope you guys are killing it. As always, DMs are always open for feed pics and questions. If you have any questions, if you're struggling or whatever, need some help, need a set of eyes that will not judge, that will not say you're a stupid trader, I'm here for you. I'm here for you, and I mean that. Anyway, be back at tomorrow. I trying to wake up early. I just can't do it yet. Still keep getting up, catching up on sleep. All right, peace out, everybody.